waiting to play. Oh my god. It's already started. Okay. Should I lower the light? Because it's kind of bright here. Gross. We touching our face like that? Is that us? Bro.
Mary. Could you really be in this town?
Bro.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
Is that like a...
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true.
His wife's dead.
That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
So gloomy. Able to play the game. Mary, what in the hell? I don't even know my name. Where I come from. What I'm all about. Just here. Anyways. Oh, cool. Binoculars. If I can use them. Can't. Whoa. But they scare me. Whoa. Binoculars. Excuse you. I have health. Health drink. And syringe. Nothing. Anyways. Where the fuck am I? There's a lake over there. Nice. Can't really read it. Something? There's a van? Am I just supposed to get in my car, or... Okay, just gonna keep going this way. how I go fast. That'll come in handy. Whoa, what's that? No, it's over here. Okay, over there. This is my fast. Won't let me run. I came from the bathroom. It's touching my face. Wait, can I go back in here? Okay. Pretty dark.
Hey, you subscribed.
Neko, thank you for the
Does it feel
subscription.
good?
Thank you for the subscription, Neko. What's up? To the door. So dark in there. Smells like piss too. Oh my gosh. Locked. Locked. And okay. Trash. Just confused. Can I walk down there? Can I get my car? Can I get my car? Let me try my car. Go to my car. It's just kind of funny, actually. All right. I have my keys. 000TH2. Ooh, stuff. Excuse me. I just want to click on it. Oh, cool. Collected map of South Vale. Map of South Vale. Zoom. Sure. Oh, wow. Silent Hill Ranch? Sounds terrible. There's a graveyard. No shit. Oh, okay. That's where I am. So if I'm over there, observation deck. Am I supposed to take that to the graveyard? 'Cause I can't. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my god. You gotta be shitting me. It wants me to go down that way? Oh my god. Oh no, that sounds like a terrible idea. It's already telling me I have health and stuff. Oh look, a path. Fun. We should go down there. Good idea. Alright, go. Oh, well. It's just a path. Couldn't hurt anybody. Food. Beer cans. Litterers. There's a trash can right there, man. Oh, wow. Looks really pretty. It looks really good. The game looks very good. The more I get to nature. Oh, no. I've never played a Silent Hill game before. So, I have no spoils. I have no idea what's going to happen. And I cannot fall. It will not let me fall. Okay. That's fine. The music is kind of cool. I mean, it's pretty, right? We've established the game is beautiful. But I'll do what it wants and walk and like take in the scenery. We're just walking into woods down from a path that our car was parked. We were safe in our car, but now let's go down where there's picnic tables and, you know, a lot of, what is this, fog? Is this mist or fog? I can't tell, but it's getting darker. It feels like... I mean, I haven't either. Like, I saw a little bit, but like old clips of the old games, so... And I've heard people tell me it's scary already, so that's great. Oh, and you just went fishing. What'd you get? What'd you fish up? I wasn't even paying attention. Inky Siri bot. Oh. This is fun. Honestly, the music itself, I'm gonna turn up a little bit on my end. Alright, something just kind of moved. Like vibrated on my controller. No, Phil, you didn't miss... Hi, Phil. You did miss a little bit, but we just started. We just started. We just started. Okay, we're walking in the woods. We're trying to get to Silent Hill. Our car's parked and we can't take it, but we're walking through this path that leads to a graveyard and then Silent Hill. does look very pretty, right? Like, ooh, ooh, very muddy, very muddy. Ew. Okay, what's going on here? Cause, whoa, whoa, looks demonic, man. That looks not cool. That looks not okay. Woo, it's save. What? Okay. I guess I've already established that I've beaten the first level. I'm just kidding. I'm on the trail. Okay, so we're saved. Oh.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
Yeah, like a demon? That was weird. Anybody else think that was weird? That just doesn't happen, right? You're gonna see wells that are just lit up red like blood and then save. Oh my gosh. Oh, we made it to the graveyard, everybody. Isn't it beautiful? My butthole just clenched, but that's okay. I think I'm okay. I hope I'm okay. Oh, here we go. May I please just... Oh. Cutscene? Who are you?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away. This,
Don't know the name yet.
this town...
Hey, you subscribed.
Row,
Does it feel
this-
good?
it? And it's not just the fog.
I don't know what their name is. They haven't told us yet. Tim. James. Name's James. Hi, Ro.
Maybe.
Name's James. Artillery.
It's kind of hard to explain.
Go, artillery. Use water gun.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just...
I need to get James in Dead by Daylight now.
guess
I have
don't
to.
really care if
I
it's dangerous
I
or
played
not.
them. I have to get them.
I'm
Just the
going.
way it goes.
But why?
But why? Says the
I'm
girl.
looking for
My wife, Maria.
someone.
Special.
Someone very important to me.
Oh, told you.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either.
The fuck?
I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
What's going on? He's giving Leon. He's giving like Leon uncle. He's giving the uncle of Leon vibes. Like Leon is his nephew, and this is the uncle.
Water,
Thank you for the hydrate.
water, water.
Water. Water style. Suiton Nujus. Okay. Bye bye. Bye bye, girl. Didn't tell us your name. Oh, this is a little weird. I mean, that looks beautiful, does it not? Would you walk up to a castle, a chapel, if you will? Probably dated back 200 years, maybe. It looks eerie and creepy like this. Oh, fuck yeah, I would. Can I go inside, please? Damn it. Take my soul. Take my soul. Been a bad boy. Take my soul. Be gay. Do crime. Gay chaos. Here we go. Okay. Well, that was a nice little encounter there with so-and-so. I hope they do find their family. I think their mind is lost to Silent Hill, and they're probably just wandering this endlessly while Silent Hill feeds on their soul, keeping them alive for nutrients and stuff and substance. Oh yeah. but not me. I had charged to Silent Hill. I'm gonna kick Silent Hill's butt. Oh, I'm sorry, Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, the sequel. Oh yeah, the sequel. The sequel, that we got the sequel done. Bam. Hi Winter, happy Monday. Go sequel. Ooh, a cornfield. Did I ever tell you guys a story of when I grew up? I grew up in Missouri, and behind my house there was a cornfield. It was awesome, but also very scary. Very scary at night. The corn would look at you and it would point and laugh because you were there in your underwear on accident. I don't know. Oh, look, a crow. Hi, mister. You're doing a great job. You're scaring me. Keep going. It's okay. No, Neko, no. I need you. I'm gonna be scared. I'm gonna be scared.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Thank you, Rugby, for the follow. Welcome to the community. Oh no, open up, open up. I think I can't get in there. It won't let me charge into it. Guys, look at this. Another freaking, like, this looks like a Chevy. Ah, it's a Chevy. Oh, hello, hello, hello. So you're a friend of Funko. Then you're a friend of mine. Funko is the bestie. I want to ride this truck. It's green. I love green. Also love that my character has a green jacket. Have you ever played this game before? Hi Mike. How are you? Has anybody ever played Silent Hill, like the original? This is my first Silent Hill game in general. We played the demo. Ooh, Silent Hill Ranch. Okay, the soundtrack is very eerie. I like it. Definitely draws you in. It's like you're talking. Hi Lego. It's like you're talking. Okay, go forward. I summon you to the next zone. Hi, Mike. And I'm like, okay, sure. I'll go in there. My ADD is real this morning, so I don't apologize if I'm hyperactive. Yeah. It'll balance out because it's a scary game. So, it'll be great. It'll be great. Ooh. Let's just take it in, right? Take in the game. Silent Hill 2 remake. Holy moly. It looks really fun. Honestly, I'm already having a great time. The fog is crazy. But I live near fog, but it's not like this. I mean, I guess I could go to like a graveyard while it's really foggy. That would be a really cool video. Yeah. I have yet to fight anything except for my fears of walking forward. Ooh. Don't you just love the smell of like timber and shit? It sounds like another save point. Doesn't it? Oh no, is that the wire? It's very spooky. Are we almost there? Oh man. Daddy Funko might be in working. Can I go anywhere I want, or probably have to go this way? Wait, auto parts. Holy shit! No items. I can't go in there yet. Oh man, that looks cool. Hello? Hello? Went to town to get the window fixed. Spare keys in the drawer. Okay. Cool. What drawer? Interesting. Nasty. Did I get a haircut? No. I just did my hair up. My hair is weird.
Hello?
Has a mind of its own.
Anyone in here?
Is you. I'm just gonna come in. Are you okay? Like, you know, the window is broken. I just... Oh, you said something about fixing the window, didn't you? Oh, I'm just gonna take the spare keys. I appreciate you. Auto parts. Auto part. Hi, Black Sheep. Thank you, Mike. Press that. Okay, key items. Auto parts key. I bet you I can open this door now. I don't have to walk all the way around. Sorry, guy. I know you may not have wanted me to go in, but I have a key now. I'm doing well. How are you? We're playing Silent Hill 2. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice. I vibe. Good morning. Oh my god. Do you hear something? Like, okay, just the items like creaking and stuff. I'm gonna walk forward. I'm now in the next zone. I've entered hell. Silent Hill is a part of hell. A purgatory in hell. Do you find yourself in Silent Hill when you pass over? No, I've never been here before. I'm about to experience it. Cool. Giggity. Now, I estimate if... This game's probably a 30-hour game. Maybe more. I don't know. I could be wrong. The original was shorter, but all the originals were shorter. The remakes are longer. And... with the demo being like 6 hours, I think it was like 5 or 6 hours. Nice. You ready for the 17th for DBD? So this game should be a long game. Good, good, good. We just started our morning playing. You know, this game is... Game's gonna be very scary, I've heard. It's like Resident Evil scary, but more... It's just in a different way. I would be cool with that. It already feels different. It's very foggy. The atmosphere is like draws you in. And the soundtrack. You're just walking down like there's nobody in sight. You know, where is everybody? Why are we in this town? There's nobody here. It just feels like we're entering to like a different dimension. Whoa. Quantum. At least 20 confirmed. What does that mean? 21? It's Haunted Hill, Silent Hill. Feels like it. Holy. Oh, 20. Okay, okay, cool. So that's what I'm saying. It's got to be. So that's good. That's good. Yay. Bye, Phil. It is very foggy. That's true. Maybe most of the 20 hours is me just walking. Just kidding. I'm sure when we get there, it'll be more active. More puzzles involved. Come on, Silent Hill. Give me what? Give me all you got. Give me all you got. Can't go that way. Definitely can't go that way. Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready to kick Silent Hill's ass. Oh, it's telling me to go left. Take a left. We're not even to the city yet, but that's fine. We're almost to the city. This is the beginning of like the movie where you're like, oh yeah, this looks nothing. No, nothing bad's gonna happen here. I mean, this is a great town. Nobody's here. Nobody would bother you. I'm like, oh shit. He does look like Leon, but he's not. He's older, and I'm pretty sure. Is he a dad? I can't remember. Married. Oh no, you do? Well, I'm glad you can be here to watch because some people, I understand, don't want to be spoiled, but I'm about to play that game. Okay, cutscene. Cool, water. I got something. A trophy. Enjoy your stay. Oh shit, we're here. Guys, I think we're here. Yes, yes, definitely. I'm glad you're here, can watch. Let's see. Is it Zoom? Where do I need to go? Can I just explore? Cafe, restaurant, bar, American cafe. Woohoo. Right, the street names come in handy. probably go all over. Yikes. Okay, well. I'm just gonna take this. Nobody else needs it. Seems like nobody else needs it. Damn! This is creepy. And Neko's like, I have to watch. Maybe it'll be less scary when you play it after watching with us. Because you have to be. I mean, we're literally already like in the... It's so foggy I can't see shit. Okay, so... There's an unnamed on the map store. Something flowers. 70 years? Good for you. There's a sale. Oh. Interesting. Oh God, I don't want to die. All of a sudden I got this eerie feeling that I'm going to die if I walk into here. I don't know why I'm going in here. What the fuck is happening? Oh, hey. No, they say the same. Miss Cassandra, a customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off, looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just left, said he'd be back to pick him up later. I just wanted to let you know, since I might be gone by then. Okay. I'm gonna keep that because why not? I'm just gonna... Oh, I would shut that. I would shut that. I wouldn't take any money. I would just shut that register. What are you guys talking about? These flowers look brilliant, honestly. So pretty. Whoa. Was that a bug? It was a huge bug.
What is this?
What is it? I don't know if I like this. Another green car. That's a good sign. That's a good sign, everybody. It's a good sign. The postal service, I think. It looks like it. That's where you get your mail. Silent Hill mail. Hello? At least there's no zombies, right, guys? Oh, medium, everything. I always play medium on the first playthrough when I stream a game. Just so people know, if it looks easy, they can go harder. And if it looks hard, they can go easier. Yeah. Yeah. Keep it in mind that I do play a lot of games, so... Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, my gosh. What's this? Is this the postal service? Did I go in here? Locked. Oh, cool. The town. So eerie. I actually think I'm going to run into some stuff if I keep going this way. Honestly, it feels like I might. I mean, it's literally the game is telling me if you keep going this way, you're going to run into something. So what are you going to do? And I go, fuck, I don't know, man. I just got in here. But we adapt. We analyze. And we adapt. We adjust. Yeah. So I can run away. That's one option. I can try to do this. Not the fucking A. No, not Funko. Hi. Hi, Funko. Can we get a shout out for the Funko beard? And Quantum. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go this way until I can see maybe there's something I could collect. Probably not, but I like to explore before I jump into chaos. It's all about the control of chaos. Yeah. Okay, so this is the end of the map. And you are a phone. I love phones. Funko's playing Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Hi, bestie. We just started this game. Silent Hill 2. I don't know. I told Funko to play Alan Wake, and now I'm going to tell him to play Silent Hill 2. There's so many scary games that we're going to play this month, and I'm excited. Funko, did you see that they're like talking about Alien Isolation sequel or something like that? I posted it on Instagram, IGN story. So, and if we do a milestone on our charity for Alien Isolation playthrough, which I've never played before, that'd be really fun. They can do a sequel. Yeah, are you playing this, Quantum? Awesome. Okay, here we go. Fuck it. We're just gonna go. Just gonna go. Find what I need to find. Part of the game. More of the stuff. Keep following it. Keep following it. Oi, 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 oi. Let's go. I saw it on Twitter. Oh, I posted it on Twitter, so I saw it before you saw it. I actually helped write the article about it, so. Yeah. Who's over here? Which bad guy's gonna come get me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I might be afraid of you. I might. You guys are kind of fucked up looking creatures. You look like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Konami, you know. Cat Street? Okay. Where do I need to go anyways? Oh, it's like I can't go that way. And do we remember where she went? I did, bitch. Yeah, ChatGPT. ChatGPT listened. I am on. I was on halts. Can't go that way. It's really scary. Yeah. I think I did like a few times. I don't know the run button, so I don't know how to run besides do this. So I apologize. I don't know if I can go into these places. Probably not, but if so, let's go see. Oh. Oh, nope. Creepy. 7. Shift? I'm playing on a PlayStation controller. Oh my god, I found out how to run. Thank you, 7. What? 7? Jesus, thank you so much. I can run, you guys, and I don't get tired. Like Alan Wake got tired. Alan Wake got tired. Interesting. Looks creepy as fuck. Okay, just running. It just hurt me. I was doing this, charging. That was my run. I hit every button in the beginning and it didn't work. Huh. Maybe it unlocks at a certain time. Although we did enjoy walking that eerie long road, did we not, guys? We totally did. I talked the entire time, obviously, and we enjoyed it. Where the fuck am I going? Now I can look at the map and I'm gonna be like, okay, all that's closed off. So it wants me to go it wants me to go down that road. I can go down that road. Sure, come on, let's go. Let's go down the road. I think I can go in any place. It'd be nice if I can maybe get an item before I start trying to kill things. Kill things trying to kill me, stuff like that. Down the witch's road we go. Hey, who's in our coven? The Funko Beard and I and Luis El Ginger TTV have a coven going on. Would you guys enter our coven if you could? If you could go through trials to see. Oh Jesus. You be out Rio? You guys, there's something over there. It's like right there.
Hey.
No, don't call out to it. Don't call out to it. No. The music changed drastically. Honestly, Purgatory in here would be kind of fun. I think I see it over there. Go for it. Do something. Ask for... No. We're not going to ask it for directions. No. I have a feeling it's not looking to help tourists. It's looking to kill tourists. Oh my goodness. Oh! What the f... Ooh, bitch. No. It's not. It's not wifey. Hi, Sarah. Good morning. It's not wifey. It could be. Although, maybe it could be. You never know. No worries. Where could it be? You guys hear it, right? Like I fucking Christ, Jesus. Don't scare me like that, Quantum. No, no. I hear it. It's there. Start exploring. I know. It's so muddy, but I can feel the tension in my body. It's like well, I know Silent Hill the movie. I don't think I ever watched it either, though. The movie is not. It doesn't do the games justice. I think the original games were the highly like anticipated and favored. Go get out my Explorer book. The fuck going to run? I don't want to go over there, to be honest with you. Now that Quantum said that, what am I supposed to do? Get propane? I can hit it with propane. Maybe it doesn't like cloth. It's well, it kind of looks like it's over there. It's now make him moan. JP, can we get a shout out for JP? Maybe it, yeah, totally. It is a naked monster. It is a naked monster. Obviously, I found out how to tweak it is. That was my amazing detective skills right there. You saw what I saw, right? It didn't look human, or maybe it did. Hi, Pelly. Can we get a shout out for Pelly? So many amazing streamers in here today. I love you all. I've never played Silent Hill either. This is our first playthrough. And yes, I believe we got Funko. You can shout him out again, I guess, if you want. But this is the first Silent Hill game I've ever played. Silent Hill 2. And this is the remake. Now, this is probably going to make me want to get the James skin in Dead by Daylight, which I don't have, but I loved Cheryl already. Because Cheryl looks fierce, and I never got any skins for them. So I'm going to probably get this skin. Because we're gonna bond this game. I just know it. Me and James, and you guys and James, and well, I don't know where to go right now. And that thing. Why am I following it? To be honest with you. Oh, it went in there. So, oh god, you want me to go in there? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Why am I going after it? Why am I going after it? Oh, so no going back. Jeez Louise. Willow, how are you doing? Welcome in. Why are we going after it? Is this a save point, you guys? This is a save point. The red sheets are always save points. So let's go ahead and overwrite. Okay. Game was saved. So we're now here. I feel better about dying. If I die, I'm okay. We're here. But, you know, let's try not to. All right. This kitchen, it brings back memories, but also gross. What is this? I wonder. What is this? He wondered. Okay, he opened it up and there's nothing there. Oh, maybe there's something here. What's that? It's like a supplement. Okay. A health drink. So we're going to take it. Yes. Now we have a health drink. So we use triangle for health. Okay. Not Funko trying to find commands. Oh shit. Good. We just started this spooky adventure for October Spoopy Vest. Oh, you know, did I get everything I thought I needed? The music is the most eerie part of the game. Like, did it need to go that high? What was that? Because that just made chills go down my back. You know? literal chills down the back of my spines. Of my spine. Is that a doorbell? Don't touch it. Okay, it's locked. Maybe. If we only had a flashlight, right? Because I can't see shit. I would feel like, oof. If we had a flashlight, I would feel like Alan Wake. But right now I feel like James, whatever his name is. James something. He won't tell us his full name. Or maybe he did and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, there's something in here. Oh, the recording. All right. Oh. Oh shit. Is that a person? Alright, I got something. Finally. I got a stick. I got my stick.
Stay back.
Whoa! Get the fuck away from me! No. Oh my god. Sorry. Whew. Oh my goodness.
Is this what I saw in the fog? Whatever it is, it's not human.
Are those heels? That's nice. Or are they hooves? I don't know what the fuck it was, but I beat its ass. Just keep on spamming the button that hits and you'll be fine. Don't even try to hesitate. Slow as fuck. Okay, 101. But I bet you a herd of those? That's bad. And there's probably herds of those. I'm just saying. The fog. Did you just say chill down your spines? Do you have more than one? I do. I have multiple spines. Different
Hey, you
realities.
subscribed.
The Funko Beard, thank
Does
you
it
for
feel good?
subscribing. Love you, bestie. Love you, bestie. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go out this door, this window. There was something over here. Check every corner. Oh. Sure. Oh, there's something over here. And it's more syringe. That looks syringy. Okay. Hopefully that heals something. There is an ad in 10 minutes, but I think we're good. Excuse me. Let's break the glass. Then jump over. Watch out, though, because broken glass. Alien isolation. It did not look sterile, did it? That needle did not look sterile. To sneeze. Huh? James? The fuck? One scary game after another. We're just watching Alan Wake last week. Silent Hill this week. Shit. I might stick Resident Evil 3 somewhere, just because it was a short game, but it was still fun. Let's get to play as Jill. She's fucking badass. Where are you, Mary? Where are you, Mary?
Is that?
Oh, shit. The fuck? Oh man. Bar Neely's. Okay. Interesting. There it is. Time to go to the bar. You guys want to go to the bar? Down the road, take a right, and then a left. Okay. Down the road we go. Wait, something else. If you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Ooh. Okay. Well, is that something that means... Whoa! Whoa! Sorry. 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 Apologies. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Resident Evil 3. Yeah. Resident Evil 3? No, 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 no. No, no. No, Resident Evil 3 was like one big stream. We just did it. I think it was like a 6-hour stream or maybe an 8-hour stream, but it was like an all-day thing. It was like a Sunday. Where? Where? Tell me. Tell me where to hit. I got my stick right here. Don't make me. Oh, a save point. Until Dawn. I never played that one. What I'm trying to do is play as many scary games this month as possible that we haven't played before. Like Alan Wake was super fun, and this one is very entertaining already. This one's highly anticipated. So, all right, we're gonna save James. So we took a right, and now we need to take a left. But it probably says we can't go straight, so we're gonna have to go through a building. No, I just saved here. I'm not even there yet. Gotta keep going. We go right into this place, which is like weird. Why do we save again? All right, let's go. Come on, come on, I see you. I see you. I'm not afraid of you. Come here, you little shit. I'm trying. I got shit to do. And now we're gonna take a right. And we're gonna take very loud. It's very loud. Hey there. Do you have any directions to where the? No, I wanted some directions, and you're in my way. Get out of my way. Oh god, that actually fucking hurt. Whoa. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay, well my health feels like it's low. Okay, there's one guy over there. Okay. Now we just gotta take a look. If I keep going, I think I can dodge him. He did. I'm gonna dodge him. And we're gonna go this way, because the bar is over here. But, gotta remember where the fuck we are, because I don't really want to fight that guy again. He was easy the first time. What? Jesus. That sound. Sounds like there's one like right here. Oh my god, there probably is. Oh, he's right there. He's crawling, dude. He's crawling. Oh god, dude. Did he see us? No. No, he didn't see us. He didn't see us. Keep walking. He didn't see us. He didn't see us. So as soon as he walks back... Alright, run, run. We're gonna run. We're gonna run. Doesn't sound like he's on us, so... Holy shit. Okay. Fuck, there's one right there, too. Okay, we're by the bar, but... And there's several, dude. There's a lot. I'm just gonna... I don't think it's after me yet. Gonna hide here because the bar's here, but okay. I think it saw me. Okay, well, Jesus Christ. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Ooh. I have not. Yeah, I have not, Sarah. Oh my god. I hope I don't ever encounter that one. Scary. But I do have cosmetics, and I wonder if I can do it now. No, well, you missed it. I have like a pyramid head box I could put on my head, but... You know he would cut you in half, right? With like one... right down the middle. But you wouldn't care? I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried he'd fix everything. I gathered up what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other's part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him. See if he's alright. He lives over at Saul. By the pharmacy, apartment 9. It cuts you in half. And then your soul would be eternally stuck in Silent Hill. You might even be one of those creatures running around trying to kill me. You cool with that, Sarah? You'd let that happen? He just wants to know your dedication to the relationship. obviously he is Pyramid Head Daddy, and you would be one of Pyramid Head Daddy's minions, I suppose, or creatures. I don't know. But you get the bliss of getting cut in half by Pyramid Head Daddy. You service him every day. That's the kind of commitment Pyramid Daddy. Why am I getting this all wrong? That's what he's looking for. Oh my god, jukebox baby. Whatever you want to do, I don't want to go outside. Okay. It's cut in half. That probably wasn't the greatest thing to do, but I have the other. I need to get the other half. Fit in my items. So we have one part. Two? Is it only two? Somewhere this person is here, I hope, but not out there, because out there, well, it's scary. And here, well, it's probably scary too, but all right, let's see what we got here. We need a key to get in. We'd rather hang out with the nurses, the ones that blink and cut you in half. I wouldn't say cut you in half. They probably slice you up and dice you up until you're just no longer bleeding out because you are dead. Not enough blood to function. As long as you don't move, you're good. Locked. So maybe we read that note again. I look at notes. Notes. Let me look at my notes. Let me look at my note. There we go. Key items. Memos. Nope. Flower shop message. Remember that one. Read it. Half the record is lodged inside. The other part's missing. Figured he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Groovy? Where's Groovy? Where's Groovy? Okay, wait. It's so dark in here. Is that Groovy? That's Sulls. Okay, okay. So we should go... Oh, fuck me, man. Fuck me in the butt. We're going both places and we gotta go outside. Okay, well... Alright, so... Should we go to the music store first or Saul's? Because Saul's across the street, but... Depending on how we do this, it could be very bad. Just want to make sure that no one's out there while I try to fucking cross. Okay. Jesus Christ. We're going to cross the street now. I'm walking across the street. I'm going to walk across the street. Nobody better come and get me. I'm just kind of walking across the street. Minding my own fucking business, please. Nobody else. Alright, so we're going to go this way to Groovy's Music. Just down the street. Nothing, no big deal. The music is fine. Everything's fine. These are my neighbors. These are my city folk, and I love them. I love them. Whatever they want to do, as long as it doesn't hurt me. Do whatever you want. Just don't hurt me. Thanks. Okay, we're just gonna walk down here. Yada yada yada. Oh, hold on. Wait for a second. Wait for a second. Something's here. Something's here. And it's behind me, man. It's fucking behind me.
We just become best
Where is
friends.
it?
Yep.
What the fuck was that? Thank you for the follow, Cav. Welcome in. Welcome to the community. What was that? What was that? Where am I? Oh god, I gotta go. I gotta go up a fucking street. Fuck. Spoiler free, yes. Woo. Woo. Thank you for the lurk. I don't like the music makes it so much more scarier. Not to mention the sounds of those creatures. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, guys? What I'm trying to say is, I just want to walk across the street. No bad guys, okay? No bad guys. No creepy bad guys. And I'm going to actually run this time. Run. Run. Shit, walk, 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 walk. Oh my god, something saw me. Did it see me? Oh, okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're fine. Music store's like right here, right? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Okay, it's one more up. Jeez, you kidding me? How far away is this music store? Dry cleaners. I see it. Yeah, I see the discs. Alright, we're here. Fuck, it's open. Okay, cool. Just calm down, calm down, calm down. Something's here, something's here. There's something here on the floor. There's a couple things on the floor. There's not... Oh my god, there's more than one. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna do this? Right now, I'm just gonna fucking take this because, there's like multiple of these things right here, and, that one looks pretty gross. Oh, ad coming up. Thank you, Winter. Okay, Jesus. Oh my god. What should I do? What should I do? Holy shit. Come on. Come on. Shit. Shit. I don't want that shit on me. That's what I don't want. Fuck me, man. Come on. Right here, right here. There it goes. I'm going in. Going in for the attack. Oh my god, this one sucks. Get him, get him, get him. Get him. Get him. Fuck yeah. Okay, those are the bad ones. They spew shit. Face the music, find the melody of your dreams, and kick up your heels. Hi, Hindrance. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm trying to look at it. It's still morning. It's still morning. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Okay. Then I have to do something. Oh, we got a piece of paper, and I didn't read it because we're getting our asses killed. So, look at this. Record store note. The janitor came in the other day, drunk and in tears. Had half a record with him, kept yelling, "We gotta fix it somehow." I was willing to do it just to shut him up, so I got up to get the glue from the cabinet, but then he realized he only had the one half, so he ran out. Couldn't do much about the record. Maybe ask him at Nellie's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. That's great. So it's not here. Sweet. So it's not here. Meaning it's probably... But there's something here. Face the music, find the melody of your dreams, and kick up your heels. But what could that mean? What on earth could that mean? Face the music, find the melody of your dream, kick up your heels. Could there be more puzzles here? In the record store? Because, gosh darn it, it's a far walk back. That's locked. Hi, King. Welcome back. How are you doing? I'm so scared right now. Playing Silent Hill 2. Excuse me. So, face the music. Is that the music? I want to go back there, to be honest with you. There's something that plays music in here. There's no extra button anywhere. I might have to walk back to that apartment complex. Chair? Is there a chair somewhere? I don't know. Won't let me sit down. Maybe... I do not know. Why would it bring me all the way here to do nothing, right? I was just trying to see what to do next, because I know I gotta go all the way back there, but why did it make me come here? Also, cafe. What the hell? Why am I going to the cafe? I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep... No, I'll just keep exploring. Maybe I come back. As... Whatever. You know, I think I'm just gonna keep exploring. Because there's other places circled. That's fine, I'll kill him. I already left, though. With... Oh, like with this? I would have never thought vandalism was the key hindrance. I'm not a vandalist. I guess you are. I see. That speaks volumes. Oh, look. I got the glue. And I got the other piece. And now I can unlock this. I'm just kidding. And there's nothing else here. You do have your wild side of... Why don't you just break the fucking glass? Okay, so now we're going to go here and see key items. Can we do that? What's that? What's that? We did it! So now, let's go put this back in the jukebox and see what happens. Maybe we get something before we go all the way to the bad place. Just remember, we're out in Silent Hill. It's a pleasant day in Silent Hill. You know, it's fucking awesome. He's right there, so oh my god. This was a choice. This was a choice. Fuck me. Oh shit. Oh shit. How do I get the... How do I... Oh, okay. There are so many, it's ridiculous. Oh, it's the one by the cop car. We're close, we're close. Across the street to the bar. There's more on that side too, by the way. But that's fine, we're going straight to the bar, doing the jukebox. Woohoo! And there's a save point in here. Hey, here we go. No! Yuck. They're awesome. I love them. It's broken! You gotta be shitting me. It's broken. Use it. Use it. The long way home. What? Move. Can I move this? Move it. No. No. Okay. 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 Oh. Oops. Okay. Great. Anybody have a quarter? Track, is it track 2? 2's not even there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be shitting me. No items, so we need a quarter. So we have the... I should have known! I should have known there would be more than just one. Several. Saving. Putting my head in the liquid water. That's blood. It won't let me do anything, but... I think I need a quarter. I need a quarter or something. I mean, we've got a check mark on the groovy music, so I don't have check marks on that one or that one. The cafe. or the apartment? I think it's more than one, like, puzzle to figure out. Now that we have the jukebox, there's more to it. Because, you know, none of them are working because we need a coin. Which says inventory, no items. And then when we actually do have it, it looks like we're missing a piece. I wonder if we can even use that. Yeah, it seems like we need to replace this piece with a number 2. Because it is C2. If you look at it, that's the one that we just added. So it would be blue, and then it would be track 2, which we don't have. So we need 2 more things. And conveniently, there's 2. There are 2 places we haven't been to yet. Across the street to the apartment, and that cafe, which is on the other side of this block, this like square. We can't go either way, so we'd have to go around. I actually do want to go to the cafe first. Here we go. Yes. We're all going to the cafe. Woohoo! Woohoo! We're all going to the cafe. Order, like, tell me what you want, so I can get ready when I go order. La 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 la. Ooh, bitch! You think you are, huh? It's fine. I know we're not there yet. We're almost there. Barbershop. Gotta fucking love it. Gotta fucking love it. Jesus Christ, dude. We're here. We're here. Shit. Things are everywhere. Well, it feels like there's something here. Oh, well, there is. You seriously want to fuck with me right now? I'm trying to get cafe stuff. Work with my friends. Leave us alone. I swear to... Leave us alone. Okay? There's something here. But can we turn that? Not working. Come on. Oh, okay, okay. I got a quarter. Something's here. Get your ass away from me. Get back here. This bar is closed. Bar is closed. You want an iced lavender latte, please? Okay. Well, there seems to be nobody working today. Quantum on accident. On purpose. I don't know. Maybe these were the employees and they were late. I killed them on accident. They looked like they were trying to kill me. You saw. You saw. I had to defend myself. And I got a quarter out of it. Thank you so much, quarter. All right. Next on the map. Ooh, a quarter. Ooh, a piece of candy. Is... the apartments? Saul Street Apartments. Did you pay your rent today? Oh, I can't go that way. We're gonna go on the side door. Alright, so... I'm not afraid of anything right now. I can kill things with my wood. Giggity. Giggity. But... just gotta watch out, because I don't want to... Yeah. I hope you like it, Mike. Here we go. Maybe we cross the street. Let me take a left. This is the street. This is the corner of the street. Because there are street lights. Make sure you look both ways unless your town is infested with zombie thingies. Zombie creatures. I do work fast, I know. We're already onto the apartments. I hear you, and I'm just not going to acknowledge you. Because if you want to fight, I'll kick your ass. Holy moly, he wants to fight! He wants to fight! You want to fight? You want to fight? I told you! What'd I tell you? I told you I'm going to kick your ass. Now! Yeah, I told you. Come on. What'd I tell you? I told you. He wants to fight. He wants to fight. He said he wanted to fight. I didn't want to fight. I'm a kind creature, but I will defend myself. Not you too, huh? Not you too! Are you the one that sprays shit? Huh? Oh, you gotta be kidding! Steve Harrington, I know, right? Alright, so we are... where are we? We're about to get to the apartments! Oof. There they are.
Not the boar worms.
No.
Not the boar worms.
Because they're no, not the boar worms. They're fucking. I wish you guys were in Silent Hill with me. I'm so scared. Apartments would be right there. Here we go. So is that the door? No, that's the pharmacy. Okay, here we go. Guy might follow me in here. We're in the apartments. He might follow. So. Oh fuck! I broke the window. It's not the back door, Mike. No. Is this locked? I don't know why they just don't. Okay, we got a floor map.
One move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time.
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it. Spit on that thing. You get me?
That girl. Okay, we got here. What is it? It's a noise. Why is that noise happening? Okay. Got a key. This is the 5th key. Taking it. So the noise is interesting. It's scary. Okay, I kind of figured, like, going off the fact that every time that's happened is because there's a bad guy like right there. So I figured. Sarah. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Got to check it out. Apartment 5. Okay, apartment 5. Can we see? Do we have the? Oh, that's really good to know. Fuck me, man. I'm just saying. Why does it gotta be here? I don't know where apartment 5 is, so... And it won't let me open it. Will it? It will.
Fuck my drag, right?
Right? I think it's from coming from outside. Maybe not, but... It's very close. Maybe it's upstairs. Oh, you guys can gamble for points too, by the way. I do raffles. Can we get a raffle? Exclamation point S raffle, I think. How do you do it again? I think mods can do it. Only mods. Okay, we're where? Got the key. Part 5. 2nd floor. Gamble. Ooh, we got a gambler. There's a raffle. If you do exclamation point join, you can join for raffle. We should give people more credits for that, like 10,000 for the raffles. We do big raffles, you know what I'm saying? Let's do 10,000 or 5,000, something like that. Give people some coin. Not you losing, LOL. Well, better join. You better join. Exclamation point join. It's upstairs. I see. I know it's upstairs. I am in the apartment. Where? The sound. There's 6. I'm about to throw the fuck up. I'm about to throw up. No, I didn't. Can we adjust the raffle to be bigger? A bigger prize, like 10,000? Oh, you want me to crawl? Apartment 7 wants me to crawl. I'm in apartment 8. I thought apartment 5 was the 2nd floor. Maybe it's on the other side. I couldn't get there. Congrats, Sarah. There you go. Sure. Why not? Fuck it. Something's here. I mean, something's fucking here. Here we go. I'm certain now it's coming from that apartment. I keep telling them, why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. Ooh. Would that happen to be a bad guy? Would that happen? I'm out of items. I almost died, and it's not the type of game that you automatically heal, you know? You have to... Woo. You have to, like, find health. Ooh. First of all, why do they have why do they have, like, a hubby space or call space in their apartment? Kind of crazy. Alright, so I didn't check this door. It's locked. Okay. I hear something. Hi, King. We have to find the 5th apartment. Probably upstairs, but unless it's over here and Tyler. Tyler? What's this? Oh, goodness. Oh my goodness. Hello? I'm home. Oh, gross. So disgusting. Oh my goodness. Going in here. I'm here to get something. Like a key or the number 2. Hold on. What's out there? Congrats, congrats. Going out there, ready? Here we go. Get ready to fight. Or maybe not. Hello? You think it's down there? I don't know. It's just creepy, right? No, thank you. The stairs almost fell. Broke. There's something over there. And that roof looks like I'm probably gonna go on it. I hear something. And it's probably coming from inside, right? Ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? Oh, I guess there's nowhere to return now. Sound like blank, 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 blank. And then she came and watched it all away. It all started to make sense. Blank, blank. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Texan. You want me to go to Texan? Great. Now we gotta go to another place. This place is Texan. Where's Texan? Oh, we already went to Texan. Good. 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 Solve that one first. Another thing. Oh, it's still the same thing. Hello? Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it's exactly what we need. Thank you. I will be doing that from now on.
Water. Water. Water.
So now we have the key. We have the quarter. We have the number, we have the quarter. It is a glory hole, which means we got to go back to the jukebox. Now, keep in mind, there's probably going to be things in between now and then, since I have all my key items to progress the story. Usually the game wants to test you after this. Now that you've solved all the puzzles, it really wasn't puzzles, it was just like follow the thing. as Master. How are you doing? This is my first playthrough. How are you? Oh yeah. Welcome in. Welcome in. Am I gonna look for a stable? What do you mean? Is that what I have to? Hold on. Hold on.
Look how vascular I am, Brian. If there's one thing women love, it's
There's a vascular man. Is that blood or black ink? Thank you for the flex. The Funko beard. Hey, what's going on in there? What's the hanky-panky going on in there? Let me in. Let me in. Oh, so that's where the gooey thing was. Ew. And I shoved my hand in there. Fuck. Is it? It's apartment 10. Can I go into apartment 10? Hello? No, it's part of this apartment, isn't it? Ugh. Why? What's apartment 101? Oh, bitch. Okay, so we have everything. I'm gonna head back to the to the jukebox. I told you I was gonna use this roof. I told you. Why does nobody clean up after themselves? Rude. Okay, here we go. Oh. I think it's goo. Maybe. I hear something. You hear something, right? Well, I did. Fuck did it go? It's probably something on the other side of that. Perhaps. Okay, open it. Here we go. Alright. You guys ready? Not far, so I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run. It's right there. Across the street. Bad guy, though. Did I kill him already? Killed him. He's right here. Time to go to the bar. Whoop. Alright. I gotta save just in case, because you never know what happens when you play all this stuff. Might open that, but for sure, but it's good to save. I'm gonna have to get James as a Dead by Daylight skin. Coming October 17th, Dead by Daylight is having their Halloween event. I hope to see you there. The bestie and I will be playing a lot of DBD together. I'm just saying now. And this. No. Yes, there we go. And ready? And here we go. We're gonna do C because it is the blue color, and it is gonna be C2. Here we go. Playing the moves. We'll do a community day too. I think I scheduled a community day, right? On the... I've never heard it before. Pretty.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there.
Okay.
Just the two of us staring at the water.
Water. Is it? We get a key. You're welcome. Yeah. Key, looks like. Okay, does the key open this area? Okay. Here we go. I'm not scared, you're scared. I'm not scared, you're scared. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. That's just to the other side into the kitchen. Yeah, I'm just breaking and entering everything. Oh, more medicine. I'll take that. He came back after you left. It's fine. He didn't try anything. Just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Maybe check it if it's still there by morning. It's the greenish blue one, plate number ending with 06, I think. Ooh. I go into the back alley outside the building we just came from, which was the cafe. Doors are locked, but looking for a car now. Greenish blue, right? License plate ending in 06. Is this it? This is not greenish blue.
I haven't a clue what's going on here, but I'll act like I do.
It's exactly John Travolta. Naruto. Out back. Oh shit. Alright, well I don't see the car. It said greenish blue. I can always check again. I believe it did. Greenish blue one. Did say. I'm running. Is that a fucking bug? Jesus Christ. Something's over here. Ew, dude. Those bugs hurt, man. Fuck. Oh. I'll find it. Fuck. Oh, I think this is it. No. Ew. Party, how you doing? Can we get a shout out, please? Oh, hi there. I read your comment. You said this is scurry. Oh my god, hold on. Give me a second. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm gonna go kick this one's ass. Yeah, this is great. I'm enjoying it. So great. I love it so much. Oh god, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fucking gonna die. Oh my god. Okay, so that was the first time I died. And I just have the bat, so I'm wondering what the fuck I do here. Rip. Honestly, there's some stuff in here. Maybe I pick it up. Maybe I pick it up. More medicine. You know, can I have more? Can I have a fucking like gun? No offense, but you know, the wood is level 1. Can I just maybe if I just didn't rip? Got evade and loop. Of course I do. Here we go. All right. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Oh man. Oh man. Why did I do that? I took up my own. Oh man. I just flarked myself. Ugh. I'm enjoying it, yes. Woodside Apartments. Let's go there when we need to. But time to loop. Get you out of the way. Fuck you. All right. What about you? Whoop, whoop. All right, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Whoop. Is it you? No. Ah. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ. Oh, you stood up. You stood up. Oh, fuck me. No. Please die. Oh, fuck. Got on my head. Oh, fuck. Go on. No. Come on, take your medicine. Take your fucking medicine. Here, shit. Fuck you. Oh my god. Please don't tell me you got back up. Did you get back up? It got back up. You fucking got back up. Stop moving. Oh shit. Oh my god. They're dead. I'm almost dead. It's not okay. This is not okay. Oh my god. Why is it so windy now? I do. I'm probably gonna die, right? That sounds amazing. I don't want to go over there. I'm guessing I go to the squares. Oh Lord. Oh God. Anybody know where a health potion might be? Or two, or several? Let's avoid that fight. Let's avoid that fight for now. The circle? What circle? They're all... Shit. They're all checked. Oh, there's an apartment key, right? Where is that? Oops. Where's the apartment? Woodside Apartments. That's where we need to go, right? You go all the way down the street? Fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Woodside Apartment. Where we will be, Wood will be at your side. I'm gonna run. Pretty sure I go all the way down here, right? Oh yeah, we're close. It's gonna be on this street, past where we were. Just ignore everybody. I don't care at the moment, except for that guy right there. I hear him, but I'm gonna keep running. All right, I think it's here. It's almost here. So just gonna keep running. Guys, super spooky. No big deal. One hit might kill us, but I hear you. Honestly, I do. I do. And I'd love to stay, but I can't right now. So just kind of no right now. Right? No. Just how about a no? No. Okay. Can I lock the door? That would be fun.
Bitch!
Oh, that would be fun. That really would be fun, wouldn't it? Okay. If I could find a health potion and a save point, this would be a good poggers. But we're in a new hotel. And this one has... Oh. One does have a 101 tech guy. One does have a 101. Alright, well. Collect this Woodside apartment. 3 floors. And we got a save point. I'm going to make a new one. Just because we might be fucking ourselves with like no health and low... Like one hit's going to kill us. So make a new one. And if we have to, we'll go back to them. Bro, it is so disgustingly warm today. I thought it was supposed to get better. Here's the apartment mailboxes. And what? The apartment owner lives here too? Interesting. But like, oh, we got something. A handgun ammo. Thank you. Jeez. Why wouldn't they put a door here? I mean, because like people could, I guess they could close it when they're not, you know, working, but still. That's a really big window. Okay. We have handgun ammo. Is that glowy? Doesn't mean we get a handgun. I would like a handgun very much. What's this? Oh. Fun. Puzzles. I think it's a puzzle. It says something at the top. Really like it's wood, the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. And it wants me to have something in my inventory. Can we read it? 3 bright coins and the 5 holes be. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, too sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight his eyes doth shine. Poetry! Yay! Thanks for the lurk, Hindrance. Poetry. So, something about holes. That's all I got. What did you guys get? 3 lines of poetry, and I'm about to die. So let's just continue on. Puzzle and coin. Come on now. I do wish I had a flashlight. A little dark, and I'm scared. I already hear another one. I don't see a gun. I need a gun. There's a bathroom. What I get? More handgun ammo just lying around. That's good. Now, you know, I said this already, but I'm going to have to get James as a cosmetic when we play Dead by Daylight. Also, if anybody wants to do collaborations at Dead by Daylight, you know where to find me. No item. I am better than the Funko Beard will ever be at Dead by Daylight. Can't go in there. Can't go. Can I go down there? Maybe. Go upstairs. Can we go back here? Nope. Okay. This is, dear madam, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217,
No, I don't think so.
we have paid a visit to the tenant and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. So either the janitor or what was that? 2-something? 217? 217. Give me some health, please. Come on. Give me some health. So 217 would be on the second floor. Ooh. Oh.
Hello? Is anyone there?
So fun. I love it. So dark in here. That doesn't sound good. No items. All right. What apartment is this? Does it say? I don't know. I can't read. It's too dark. My eyes. This one's just open. I mean, it's inviting me inside. That sounds great. Yeah. Ooh. What in graphics? How do I do that? Here? Okay. Did it do it? I think part of it is just like it's supposed to be creepy, right? And dark. Oh, thank God. It's much better now that I don't have the redness all over me like I'm gonna die, but honestly, a flashlight would be helpful. Is that a flashlight? Please be a flashlight. Yes! Oh my God! Holy shit! I just healed! I just fucking healed! I just fucking healed! You gotta be shitting me! Honestly! Motherfucker! Oh! You got to be kidding me! Hager! Get her ass! Can we get a shout out for Hager? Hager! Mother, I just healed too. This one says, what does it say? A shoot two? A shoot two? Can I get one of those instant health drinks again, please? How have Roblox been? Are you playing Dress to Impress? I need to play Roblox. Hendry's gonna lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Now I don't know where to go, and that motherfucker just put me back. Oh, now we have to have this. Okay, well actually this blouse look cute. Hello. Can I take them? Can I do a costume change, please? What do I have a key for? 217. That's right. We're going to get a gun, which I should have done. But Throne in Liberty. So I don't know that one, but I would love to. I want to know more about Roblox because there's like a bunch of games in one, so it's good. And if you do like community days or charity streams, a lot of people can play them. Ooh, it's a massive multiplayer online. Nice. Okay, is this the one? Not the one. It's 201. Fuck that one. I don't want to go there. Now that I have a light, I can see things and know where I'm going. I love it. But I'm back to being hurt. That's not fun. I think if I go, what does this say? 203, 201. I don't have the key for that one. It looks like I can get the key for. Yeah, choose this. It's not it, bro. Okay. fine. Everything's fine. Just gonna keep going forward. We need to be in 201. I want that gun. Oh my gosh. Everything's locked. We're gonna just keep moving forward. Maybe it's... You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be... Oh, something's up here. More handgun ammo. Oh, I guess I'll be thankful when I get the handgun, but for now... Here we go. That's all locked. Probably the first floor, maybe? Or should I look at the map again? The fuck could I be, man? It's definitely in this hotel, right? Or 203, go on. And he wants me to go this way, which apparently is not opening for me. Maybe I gotta go back in that room. (202). Oh my god. So, where are you? Got the clothes. Fucking thing, man. Jumped out, scared the shit out of me. Why are there so many mannequins in here? I mean, I get it. She's a tailor. Excuse me. No. Okay. Maybe it's the first floor. Let's go check the floor. We haven't been back since I got this key. I can't believe I'm hurt again. Downstairs. And I can go into the creepy hallway. Maybe it's... Hey, I got a trophy. Don't know what it is. You never know. Okay. It is, isn't it? Like, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I found the key. Oh, looks scary as fuck. Oh. I heard a monster. Have I been in here? Yeah, I got some ammo in here. Okay, gross. And that's locked. The fucking gun isn't too... Gotta come out here. Still locked. I'm scared. I don't want it to... I don't want this to... okay. We go in here. Yep. What's in here? Oh my god. Hello? Breaking and entering? You gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. Oh, please have something. Please have something. No, please. Please, 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 please. Please, nothing? Anything? Please, please, please. Anything. Gosh darn it. Come on. Pizza? The pizza would help. Pizza would help me. Locaine siblings murdered. Perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a recent homicide case, was found dead having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police statement, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss resulting from severing his artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches into it in his neck. That's gross. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locaine. Even though Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, "He's trying to kill me! He's trying to punish me! The monster, the Red Devil! Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me!" he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. Whoa! Yo, I need food. Bye, Sarah. Fucking hear that noise, man. It's coming to me, man. Hey, girl, hey. All right, dude. Oh, more gun ammo. Can I get some medicine? Can I get some medicine, please? Excuse me. Do you think it's right outside? Is it in there? Get out of the closet. National Coming Out Day is coming soon. Hi, BZ. Dominic. Locked. Oh my God. Hello? Are you there? I don't want to die. But it sounds like I'm about to. It truly sounds like I'm about to. Oh. 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 How do I turn my thing off again? How do I turn my my light bulb off? Not that I want it to be dark as fuck, but locked. Yeah, get that dumpy going. I feel like I'm gonna order McDonald's because I'm hungry. I don't want to leave my post. My post of this video game. That is super scary. Super scary. Oh, more.
What? No, I don't think so.
No? Yeah. Hungry. Tyler hungry. Hi. I got more handgun ammo. Thank you so much. Can I just get some medicine? Oh my God! Oh my Jesus Christ! I don't want to fucking die. Oh my God! Woo hoo, bitch! Come on, bitch! Woo hoo! I thought you thought. Oh my God! I'm gonna fucking die. Turn on my light. Turn on my light. Where'd my light go? I know, but like it's quick, it's cheap, even though, you know, it's still door dashing. Oh my jeez Louise. I'm sweating in my shirt. I can't tell if it's... Please give me some medicine. Please give me some medicine, please. Where's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? Oh, it's back. It's back on. That's how you turn it off. Okay. I'm going to die. But not today. Not today. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Scared everybody. Honestly, fighting you in the dark was kind of cool. It was like I used the force instead to see. Scared the shit out of me, though. It came from over there, right? We killed it, not us. Killed it. Fuck it. Oh my God. Hold on. Just a second. My voice got a little high there. Hello? Anybody? Hi. Hi, Dustin. Welcome in. Congratulations, Dustin. Congratulations, Dustin. Dustin is one of the new mods added to the channel. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. I'm so scared. There's an ad break going on right now. Try not to do anything crazy. Alright, well that didn't do anything but make me fight somebody. Honestly, I hate it. Yeah, new buttons. Don't touch anything. Just kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm just kidding. Hi. Can I get... What if I pulled the fire alarm? Won't let me. I'm scared because like I have to dodge very well if I want to. Oh, a fountain. Jesus, I'm outside now again, and can't tell if that's good or bad. I really can't tell if that's good or bad. Wait, there's something over here. Can I get it with my hand? Oh Jesus, something's gonna happen. I got another key. You can get it, James. You can get it. You can get it, James. You can get it, James. Hey, are you fucking kidding me? That fucking kid, dude. Fleck, can we get a shout out for Fleck? I'm about to die, but that fucking kid, dude. How could you do that, little kid? Thank you for the shout out. Guess I'm going outside now. It's telling me to go outside. Where are we gonna go? I have never played a Silent Hill game, so this is my first Silent Hill game, and I'm honestly I'm scared. It's been fun. Been scary, but fun. I know. So this one is it's been very fun. The graphics are amazing. The story has been. And wait a minute, did I come here, you guys? I probably came here, right? And I went this way. I feel like I went this way, right? Like yeah, I totally went this way. So it's in that room now. I don't know why. Kid had to kick it. Can't go that way, but there was something over here, right? Yeah. So now what do I have? Holy shit! It's so dark. Turn it on, turn it on, turn it on, turn it on, turn it on. When did this get open? Gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. Wait a minute, hold on, wait, before I do this. Because I feel like we've done a lot, so go ahead and save. Just because it feels like we've done a lot. And I'll make a new empty one because you don't know. Again, my health is terrible right now. The last time we were not terrible was when we left the bar, which was a while ago, because now we're in the apartment. Okay. Remember, the bugs also. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bot. Love the bots. Love the bots. Woohoo! Sounds kind of fun, right? Sounds interesting, right? Oh. Sounds really fun down there, doesn't it? Oh, maybe we can get that key that the fucking kid came and kicked? Thank you. The second floor one, yes. This is the gun. Should we go back and get the gun before I explore? Or Tyler gonna explore, okay. There's something here. Einsem Blumen, Opus 82.3, Robert Schumann. Like a piano. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep going. They like their music here. Can I get any medicine? Oh, please. Here's to hoping there's some medicine. Oh, come on, man. No medicine? Why? Why do they want to keep me hurt the entire game? Is he overrated, Fleck? Are they overrated? Oh, my gosh. Let's look at it.
Quite the artist.
The little girl is quite the artist. She fucking stepped on my finger, though. You're not a fan? I don't know if I know them. I might. I don't know. I don't know. Opening the drawer. And there's no... Oh, thank you, Jesus. There's medicine. I'm still hurt, though, guys. Like, I was literally on the verge of death, so... The medicine is stingy if you play normal, just letting you know. The health and the medicines. You really gotta utilize the dodge feature. And when you get a gun, hopefully it's a little bit better. But right now we don't have the gun. We have floor 2 to get into. There's all that. I don't know if I should explore this part of the building without my gun, to be honest with you. Okay. Agree. Oh, so I hear bad guys down there, but what I want to do is go get that gun, right? Oh my god! Go ahead and foam at the mouth. I'd be happy to see me too. I think we got excited, you guys. It's coming towards us. Oh yeah. Is there any help here? Maybe. Or a gun. Perhaps a gun. Maybe I could run past it and say fuck it. Oh, now if I could just... Oh, fucking Christ. She needs this toilet. Perhaps. There's something here. And I'm going to golden apple handle. Zoom in. Cute. Do I take it? Yes, I collected it. And I don't. Oh, wait, that might be the round thing in this area. Doorknobs. Think maybe. See, what are we gonna do, Tyler? Because it's pretty close, right? Pretty excited. You sound excited. And shoot your guts at me. Yeah, it's pretty gross. See you later. Okay. Well, now that's there. Maybe we can come in here and there was something. A ball, perhaps? Whoa, sorry. That was on instinct. Let's see. We have an apple. Put it there? No. Okay, but. No? Okay, but what about. No? What if it goes at the top? It won't let me go to the top. Okay, maybe that's not it. But I do have the key to get to the second floor. We are a little bit more saved right now, so I guess I could. Which one was it again? This one. Can't believe time's going by so quick. Here we go. Up the steps. Bareback. Okay. Second floor. Opening it. Yes. Hey, poggers. Remember, it was 215. 217. 217. Jesus. Yeah, no thank you. Please don't wake up. 217. This says... Here we go. 217. Not open? Gotta be shitting me. How am I supposed to get in there? More keys? Huh? Is there any other creatures from Silent Hill that could be added to DBD? Alright, well, I sense it. I see it over there. It's over there. Yeah. Right there. Alright, this is 213 to 202. Somebody's probably in here, too. I wouldn't put it past them. You know? Oof. The fuck? Ew, is that a condom? Oh. Ew. That's the bad guy, Black. When the radio is happening, it means that there's a monster nearby. Did I pick that item up or do I need to go down there? Like he's right over here. I can see him. That's Pyramid Head. Yeah. That we attack. We attack. Yeah. This makes me want to play Pyramid Head now in DVD. We attack, he says. No, I don't think so. We go hide. We go hide. I don't think I'm gonna survive that without my health. The sound is coming out of my controller. It's pretty cool. I forgot PlayStation did that. We know a pyramid head, a PP head. Scary AF. Okay. I haven't explored this apartment. That's super dark, spooky. Is it October or something? Why is Tyler playing scary games all the time recently? Like, Oh, it is October, so it's Halloween season, so you should be scared out of your Mazine. Okay, I see, I see. And this would lead to the apartments I needed it to lead to, I hope. Perhaps. That was Pyramid Head, though. Meaning you're gonna die. Due to the ongoing renovation works, tenants are asked to keep out of the 3rd floor of the building. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Yeah. That needs a key. 214 to 217. We might be going in the right direction of my gun. However, it's probably not as easy as just getting it. That you have to do something for it. 214. But that was Pyramid Head just sleeping. Because that was cool. 217. Please be open. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. It's open. I don't know if I'm happy or... More gun ammo. Now, I got a lot, but these are only 2. So if you actually think it is, I probably have like maybe 10 bullets in all. Yeah, you think so? He was standing up. So that's kind of even more like I'm badass. All right, cool. I can take this and... Wait, I thought it... Damn it, I thought it was medicine. Who keeps gun ammo in their freaking pantry? That's where forks and stuff go. That drawer. Oh, a shopping cart. Oh my God. It's the gun. Yeah, I'm going to pick up this fucking gun. So L2 to aim. R2 to shoot. This isn't my first rodeo. I have to protect myself from the computer, the NPC. Oof. Oh, we have a gun. Now what? Come on, gun. Oh, it only means one fucking thing. Upgrade. Also, you're about to encounter something. So there were bullets shot. There's actually several bullets if you look. Okay, definitely. What does it say? Do you think it says anything? Several bullets. Both sides. Shot everywhere. Ceiling. Seriously, the door. So. Jesus. So I have 18 bullets. Holy crap. Yeah, well. Still need health, guys. And then we could save. And then I can't get hurt. Ever. Here we go. Still need a key. I go out here. Remember, if we go out there... I don't know what's out there. But over here? Wait, isn't the guy over here? Was that TV on before? Oh, fuck me. Oh. That looks like blood. Too much TV. Ooh, man. Do you think he blew his brains out? How'd the gun get over there then? A key? This is 212 apartment key. Good. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. We're collecting things. Progression. I still need medicine. Could use some medicine. Oh, snap. What's that? What is that? What is it? Is it in another hole? Oh. What's going on? Is it a puzzle or something? Where'd it go? What's actually happening? There's something else behind me, like moving. What's happening, dude? Am I supposed to shoot in that? I'm gonna avoid that. I did. Why did it make you look at it though? This is spooky as fuck. Ooh. Ooh. Jesus Christ. He's here. I can taste him in the air. He's gone. Oh, fuck me, man. He's gone. Is this 212? Just 212. He's gone. Okay. Triangle face. Please have medicine. Oh my goodness. Fuck yeah, guys. We're back. That can only mean one thing. About to fight. Let's go, meds. All right. I have a gun now. Feel better. I see it already. It's right there. Fuck. I missed. Oh, can I get my bat? Can I do my bat? Oh, well, let me do a bat. Hello? Just trying to waste my bullets. Here. Equipped it. More bullets? Okay. Definitely, you always got double tap. What's here? A photograph. Career's humble beginnings. Okay. Ooh-wee. Give me a second. I'm hungry. I'm gonna order some DoorDash. Dude, I'm like sweating. Can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so we're on the other side of the thing where Pyramid Head was. So that's terrible. We are definitely having a heat wave. Yeah, it's very hot in here. Oh! Huh? 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 Oh, whew. Wait, I came from here, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's not like a super heat wave. I mean, it's just different from... Global warming is actually real. Okay, here we go. Before I encounter you, I would like to know that I'm going to equip a pistol, because you are not very fun. Did I hit you? Yeah, I fucking hit you. Oh, God. I missed! Die! Whoa, whoa, whoa! You gotta be fucking kidding me! Okay, you know what? You know what? Yeah, our fog is supposed to cool it down, and Carl's not been here, and it's cold, it's hot, and that was a lot of ammo. The gun feels good though. It's heavy. It feels heavy, you know, like boom, it's like a real gun. Oh, let me just turn this on. Well, hold on. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh! Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold the phone, just give me a second. Fuck me, man. God. No, 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 no. Fuck you. Okay, get down. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. It's in my way.
I can do this all day.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Dustin. More ammo. Thank God. Because I used a lot. Medium seems challenging. If you play medium, it's low health and like low health potions and stuff, and low ammo. I'm saying the way you have to kill these guys, like four bullets, 4 or 5. The smaller ones are easy, but it's all about dodging and using your fucking stick. You really want to control your ammo and not get hit. Okay, so we went all over here, went in here, nothing was in here. You know, this is reminding me a little bit of The Last of Us. It makes me miss The Last of Us, and we will be playing The Last of Us 2 soon. Why don't we just try to do all that? Because maybe not in October, but I feel like The Last of Us Part 2 is coming on soon for Tyler near you. And can't go in there, so that's locked. Must be a second way to go in there. The Last of Us Part 1 was fun. We might play it again with this computer because it's newer, less bugs. But it's hello? I'm just aimlessly running around because I can. Hello? I'm gonna Tyler my way through any video game because that's what I do. I wasn't here, alright. I wasn't in here. Have medicine? Do you have medicine? You have ammo. Ammo, that's fine. Give it to me. Honestly, I've been missing it, but you know, this is the month of scary season. We just have so many, like, we're playing The Evil Within next week, I think. We're playing Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil Revelations at some point, I think. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is one of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over and over again. This time's not going to be any different. And I'll be here watching. You know, so we're going to play a lot of Resident Evil games, because I think if we have time, we're going to try to redo Code Veronica X, because they're remaking that. We're going to play Revelations, and we're playing 5 with the Funko. So I have been here. No, I haven't been here. This is another ball. Okay. And this one has something that I could take. Oh my God, what is it? We're a camera. Okay. That's somewhere. Are there any clues? This looks like a creepy ass. Okay, okay. This is creepy as fuck. Huh? There's a chest there or something. Like there's a camera. Is it on the other side of this building? You think I could take my ball back? Oh. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Right where the rooftop pierced through the night, left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home? Oh, please pray tell. Or a river of memories leading right to his hell. Okay. Fun. So who's the poet? Is it me? That's not a chest, is it? It is a chest. We don't know the code. Not the people. This is gross. I don't know the code. Wants us to know the code. God damn it, this is scary. This is not just a peephole in a room. This is in the peephole in like part of a floor that says not to go into, I'm pretty sure. Why did I come this way? Is the code around somewhere, perhaps? On the wall? Is that a 7? Where? No. Maybe not. 717. Oh my god. Alright. Guess we go into the scary hall. I think we can't leave unless we figure it out. Yeah. Okay. Alright, well. Is it supposed to come in here? Oh, where am I? 206. 201. Oh my god. Yeah, I figured that. There's scribble. Read the message again. Right where the rooftops pierced through the night. So right where the rooftop pierced through the night, left her homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home? Oh, please pray tell. Or a river of memories leading right to his hell. So right where the rooftops pierced through the night. Is there somewhere where there's a hole? Or maybe there's a... Right where the rooftop. The rooftop. Okay. That looks like footprints and that looks like a house. There is a 7 there though. That's definitely a 7. Oh, pierce through the night. But honestly, it's a thing. I'm supposed to have more than one number, right? For real, right? Okay, so if that was 7, that would be the first, right? If it was rooftop. Not. Where's straight to hell? Where would straight to hell be? There's a 2. That's a 2. What's around it? The poet goes, right where the rooftop pierced the night, left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. So maybe the footprints is 7? Or the rooftop pierced through the night. It's 3 numbers? Okay, 7 2 something. Pierced through the night. Is that a 6? That's a 6, but still don't understand the order. 6 7 2, and then I fuck it up because like I don't know how to turn this shit. 2 that, how do you do that? I'm gonna open up the doors because it's getting fucking hot. I'm not gonna cheat. I'm not. It's so warm. All right, maybe I am cheating. There was something there. There's an 11. Oh my god. No cheating? I'm not cheating. What the fuck? There's too many numbers. 7? How could there only be 3 numbers when if there's 4 lines of poetry? I need food. I ordered food. It's got to come so I can eat it because my brain's not working. That's the reason why. Obviously. Obviously. I'll read it. We'll read it again. Is the rooftop pierced through the night? The squiggly lines. Left are the combination to the safe. Left are homebound footprints with no owner in sight. So that's 7. But has he found home? Oh, please pray tell. Or a river of memories leading right to his house. So maybe the river of memories could be the squiggly lines that listen to me, fuck. That's the number 11. Because there's a 7 right here, and there's an 11 like right over here. Squiggly lines. That looks like a river. 11. What? Did the man find his home, or is the home 7? The rooftops and a home. 7, 9. That looks like a 9 or a 6. But or 4. Hold on. Shit on the floor? No. The rooftop could be a number on the roof. Could also be a thing on the roof. Yo. There's squiggly lines right there. That's a river. This puzzle is ridiculous. Well, does that look like the moon? Am I getting warmer? Do I at least have some of the numbers? What in the Hello Kitty? Where are we anyways? We're 216. What? What are the three numbers and what order do I put them in? Figure out the order? I know, it's like, is it 711? It's 171? 1. Now what do I do? Go all the way back here? 7? Oh shit. Fucked up. 1. That's not it. Maybe I don't know how to do it. Huh. I know, right? Like, the hell? The rooftop? I know I got the rooftop, but I'm looking up. 7? 711? Makes more sense. 7? 1 1. How do you do a fucking combination again? Is it left? Is it right? Then all the way around once? Oh my god. We're in purgatory. This sucks. Right, then left, but skip once, then back. Oh my god. I told you 4 lines. How do you do this? Shit. What are the numbers? How am I supposed to find them? Wait, where are we again? I was following the poem. Did you guys figure this out? Did you figure this out? He just said rooftop. Yeah, I mean, like, we're in this together. 2. 2, oh? 6. That's where we are, right? That's the, that's... Fuck! Fuck! Excuse you. I'll just shoot it open. That's the key. That's what we do, right? We just shoot it open. We just shoot it open. Spell it using the alphabet? Rooftop? You can't? Reread the poem again. Okay. Poem says, right where the rooftop pierces through the night, left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home? Oh, please pray tell. Or a river of memories leading right to his hell. Now, I'm not going to let you in on those secrets, but this is fucking so. This is 11 was one of them. 11 is one of them. 7 is one of them. I got 3 of the numbers, or 2 or 3 of the numbers. Counterclockwise. You gotta be kidding me. Counterclockwise. That's how a clock works, right? So it's gotta go back here. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. I got 2 out of 3 numbers. Bite me. I got a coin, baby. I got. And a key? Fuck yeah. I said 7. I said 11. Where is 13? 13 somewhere. Dude, hold on. Oh, right. Well, not all right, but. Gotta tell the DoorDash guy because they always bring it across the fucking street to the other address. Now that I have this, I have the key. Open this. Finally. Just don't want to be fucking fighting this guy right now. Okay, so it's basically it's the oh, equipped. Save my bullets. Ah! Fuck you. Big ass cockroach. Ah! Another one! Another one! Get off me, you fucking piece of shit! Oh, it's so big! Oh, God, it's so gross. Medicine! More, there's more! Where are you? Are you on the roof? Oh, it's right there! So gross. I got something. Oh my God. The second floor small staircase key. Nice. I open this. Oh, what's this? The other area? Yeah, I remember. Okay. Open this one. Oh my God. That's not a bug. That's not a bug. Where am I? I've been here. I think. Okay. Sure. Right here, right? Like, where's the small staircase? Like here? Oh, it's 201. I've been in here. Scared the crap out of me. Hello. Hello. Oh no! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Come on, Tyler. Get out of here. This one? It's this one. We found it. Hi, Fenris Robbins. Can we get a shout out for Fenris Robbins, please? My DoorDash is here. Almost here, so give me a second. How are you? Okay, so we got here. Thank you for the subscription.
Hey, you subscribed.
5. Go
Does
fishing.
it feel good?
Resub. 31 months. We're going to go in that. All right. I feel like I should save, but he's here. All right, here we go. Oh, there is a save point. See, I wish I would have just ran past that guy. We're going to do an empty one. What'd you get? What'd you get? Welcome in. World of Warcraft. How's World of Warcraft? Ad starts in 10 minutes. We could have gone upstairs, right? Or was it blocked? Wow, it's good. Yeah, the new expansion's good. Oh, don't mind us. We're just playing this game. Oh? Thing's locked. Alright, I hear something. Hear something else. It's all like locked. Oh, except for right there. So I can't come up here. I'm gonna go back downstairs. All right, be right back, guys. More ammo. Looks like a person. Fuck. What the fuck? You okay? You okay? He doesn't look okay. It's really gross, actually. Hi, Tags. How are you? Is it Dwight? Shadow? I don't know. Uh-oh.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Young
I
man.
didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He? Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Sunderland. James
Eddie.
Sunderland.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths.
Gross, man.
This place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah, you
Might be
think?
best if you just get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
He's gonna die.
You want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
I like this town.
And Eddie,
He's gonna die. Eddie's gonna
be
die.
careful.
Yeah, girl. I got me a shake. Ew, girl. The fuck? And now there's a bunch of bad guys. Eddie, you cool, bro? Eddie's eyes were very blue. He about to die. What's going on over here? Oh, I love it. Oh, look, everyone went swimming. Adult Swim. Adult Swim. Fun. Oh shit, there's one up here too. Oh, there's like 5 of them. Fun. Hey, well, here we go. Hi. Yeah. Awesome. Ah, you were coming for me. Fuck my health up, huh? You gonna fuck my health up? I'm gonna fuck kill ya. Yummy. Excuse you. Are you coming this way for real? Are you for real coming over here? No, okay. Don't come over here. I'm trying to eat. Don't even be like that right now. We're just trying to eat. Okay. Do I even need to go over there? Like, do I even need to fuck with that right now? Okay, can't go this way. So, oh dear God. Thank goodness. I just didn't want to fight those guys right there. You know? Not really a point there. No, we're here. We're back. We're at a save point too. This is good. This is good. Okay. We have health. I don't have any health potions, but we talked to Eddie. Oh. Hello. Did I forget to take care of you? Oh no, that's open now. That did not be. Yeah, that wasn't open before. That was not open before. Mm-mm. No, sir. Maybe we should not be so close to the monster. Why doesn't the Pyramid Head have these guys walking around like zombies, like Torrent? That would be cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I have a coin. There's also a coin downstairs. Yay. Only 4 more to go. Oh my God, there's another one. Fuck. Fuck. Oh! Fuck! Fuck me, man. Damn it, I needed that health. The photo? Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. 4. All right. 4. More health. God, I'll use it right away, unfortunately. Try not to die here. Mm-hmm. Okay. 101. Yeah. He was on the other side of a gate and doing nothing. Just standing there. Like he was sleeping, but standing up. We need to go to 201? You don't need to go to 201. We'll go upstairs. And I say I'm not too oh my god! Gotta say I'm not too thrilled about Pyramid Head. No, I'm not looking forward to fighting him. This is a scurry game. This is a scurry game. 201. Okay, I've been to 201. Over here.
Did we just become best friends?
Welcome to the community. Do I have the key for 201? I don't think I do. No. Looking for someone. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Called poltergeists at Alan Wake. Who's in here? Nothing. Yeah, dude was like standing on the other side of these gates, like crazy. Right, so we come here. Goes here. The door's open now. I did that. I need to go. Oh, yes, I need to go up. Don't mind the music. It's no big deal. Just keep running. Oh my god, just keep running. Fine, I just keep running. What? Oh! Just keep running, it's fine. Oh god, oh god, oh god!
Mom, you're in danger, Daddy.
No! Oh god. That deserves a chicken nugget. Yum. Oh dear God. I'm gonna have nightmares. Oh God. 109. I've been here before? Gonna have nightmares. Have been in here and it scared me. It scared me. Why did it scare me? Yeah, I've been here. Over here. Yeah, that guy's in here, isn't he? Hello. Oh, it's definitely in danger. Don't know what to do. I can't get into 201. Huh? I'm in here, right? Yep. Arg. Oh, God, give me more medicine. Good. Good. Well, I haven't really explored all this yet. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Something's down there. I gotta get it. Oh, fun. Fun. This is gonna be fun on the gun. On the gun. Let's kill this thing. Stop moving, eh? Can you not see? Fuck, I missed. Hey. All right, 2 more. Fuck. 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 All right, that's dead. 1 more. Yeah. I'm not scared of you guys anymore. I'm not scared of you guys anymore. Shit. Yeah, you wanna get back up? You wanna get back up? Get back up! here. I should have gotten. I was too scared. Another coin. No, I need 3 more. And I saw 1 in the ham turret. Thank you. You really gotta not be afraid of them and just fight them. You're scary as fuck, but... The gate is open from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Outside those hours, request assistance at reception. Right. Jeez, Luis. Ay, ay, ay. Like weird, yeah? Oh shit, that's where that guy was. He died. I gotta keep exploring this room because we only... Yeah. Shit. That's where the gun was. Oh. Jesus Christ. Been in here, right? Shit. Fuck, come on. Ah, well, let me in. I don't know what to do. Hmm. Yes, we're hurt. Don't know what to do though. Oh, look at the map. Look at the map. I need to find the 201 key. Where is it? So hot, it's gross. Three more. We're just gonna have to go this way. I know he's in here. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright, this is where the bookshelf was. Been in here? Yeah, this is where the note was. Hmm. Warning, garbage chute out of order. Please do not use until the problem is solved. Lock. So dark. I know. Because we're dying.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Hi, Dustin. I don't know what to do. Um. Oh. Hang. Um. Ah! Found it. I go back. No, you're not. Oh. Mmm. Huh? Ah. 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 Huh? I'm not gonna do that shit. Oh, am I? I'm just fucking lost. Shh. So are you scared? What are you scared about? This is a fun game. The fucking door. Open the fucking door. Now that I'm there. Wow, you were saying that? That's so rude. So rude, Larry. Absolutely rude. Absolutely rude. Come on. All right, here we go. Ah. Ah. More gun ammo. But Blue died, so I can't hear you. Ah, Sparky! Can we get a shout out for Sparky? I don't know where to fucking go. Shout out! Power World. Hello. I came up here, I didn't have anything. There is a way to get. There's a door of a key I don't have. How do I get to 310? There's something in the way on the stairs. Nice. This is Silent Hill 2, the remake. Oh. You need to get stuff. There's stuff. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I done that. Something I'm missing? I'm missing something. The save point here. This is where I need to go. I remember all this. Hold the phone. Excuse me? Gotta be kidding me. This was here the whole time? Fuck. Fuck. I spent so much time just wandering. That's one definitely right. Ah! Fuck you! No! Oh! Oh, I'm gonna fuck you. I don't wanna die. I don't know how far back I'm in. I'm not afraid of you! Oh, I should have been. I should have been afraid. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Wait. Oh man, where are we now? Where am I?
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah,
Damn it.
I guess.
All back here? It's not fun. Just got to where I needed to go and I died. Hi, Duty. Can we give a little shout out for Duty? Big Booty King. Playing Silent Hill 2. Characters from DBD. Just died. So, you know. Fucking kidding me? You don't move. Stop moving. Stop moving. I have.
Attention alien army.
Oh my god, Concho!
Raid incoming. I repeat, a raid
The Beard Brigade is here to raid with you with positivity. Well, welcome in, Beard Brigade. Can we get a shout out, please? We have a raid incoming, Concho. Thank you so much for bringing your community here. Concho's community, welcome in. My name is Tyler. I play a variety of video games, and right now we're playing Silent Hill 2, the remake, which just came out like yesterday, or I mean, it's coming out on the 8th, but if you get the deluxe version, look, I pissed them all off. How are you doing? You guys are playing Just Chatting. What were you chatting about? What's going on? There might be some screaming, but I don't know about a lot. That's kind of... These guys look really scary and crazy. Araz, thank you for welcome in. Coffee, Concho, Bard, Butter, love it. Ray, woke up. What's up? Rachy Pie, love that name. Monster. Let me just kill some of these guys. It's gonna throw up. It's gonna throw up all over me. Oh, I missed the bullet. Oh, I missed. Oh no. Oh no. I think I made him mad. How was your streams? Just let's. Oh, it's not paused. 1 second.
Molly.
I know.
You in danger, girl.
Where's my full screen? Hi, everybody. My name's Tyler. Again, variety streamer on Twitch, part of the Stream for a Cause team. We do charities once a quarter. Right now, we're doing October is our charity stream. You can check our charity. We do a collaboration charity with the Funko Beard, who's a bestie. October 27th, we're going to be playing Resident Evil 5, which is a co-op game, pretty much the entire stream. But we have incentives and milestones. So mark your calendars. I think it's from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm on the West Coast, so Pacific Standard Time. Other than that, I like to play a variety of games. I play Dead by Daylight and Fortnite. I like to play storyline games. This month alone, I'll be playing like 4 or 5 different scary games from start to finish. I just beat Alan Wake last week. I have some of the DLC to play. And yes, everyone go give Concho a follow. Did I already follow you? I should have already followed you. Yep, I already followed them. Everyone go give Concho a follow. We met at TwitchCon. It was really awesome. They're a good guy. Met at the Unity Guild. Also part of Team Journey, a queer content creating team. We do a lot of collaborations. We play like Mario Kart, Mario Party, Among Us, Lockdown Protocol is coming up. D&D is also coming up. We have a lot of cool collaborations coming up next month with our team. And if you're part of any of the Unity guilds, thank you for being there. I applied to the Pride Guild. Hopefully I get in. That'd be great. And how was your stream? Thanks for bringing your community here. We're playing Silent Hill 2. It's the remake. It just came out like recently, like a day, and it's very scary. A lot of puzzles, and I died twice now, so I have to go back and get my little coin or something like that. But yeah, it's been fun. Concho, what games do you play? Because I would like we should do a collab. That would be fun. Your friends of the Funko Beard. That one. Or that one. Alright, so... Oh god. Oh god. One more bullet. Alright, well... Are you out? Are you out, Winter? Of course. I'll be going till another hour. I'm gonna do 5 hours streams this October just to see how it feels like, but also try to get as much storyline done because we have a lot of games to finish. Damn it. Okay. See you later, Winter. Welcome back, Sarah. Hi. Hi. How was your nap, Sarah? All right, so there's this coin. Hold on, doorbell's ring. So give me a second. Okay. Ready to run? No spoilers? Okay, of course. Definitely Concho. Thank you for bringing your community here again. Ooh. Ooh. I can't tell if I'm better off where I was or the bad guy over there. Ah, come on. Ah! I'm definitely not better than I was. Oh, we got some sort of health. All right. So, and they're going here, which is what? Oh, okay. Yeah, now we go to the 3rd floor. Oh, I got it. I know what to do. I think, but not this 3rd floor, right, guys? I don't think it was that 3rd floor. We have 2 of these keys.
Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Well, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the community. Just gonna go ahead and save somewhere else. The furthest away was like this one, 124. Let's just go all the way back here. No way you're gonna go back there. Welcome into the frickin' Tyler games. So now I need to get to the 3rd floor again.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Oh, hey, Bobby. What's a hiya, Bobby? Welcome in. Okay, so no, those stairs won't work, right? I have to go through that way, and that way I go back to where I just came from. I'm going to go back to where I just came from. Out this door. Thank goodness they're all dead. And then I use the steps. Got to use those the smaller stairwell. Got that. We're going in here. It doesn't work, but it's... So this is where our buddy locks himself in the bathroom. He was thrown up. His name's Eddie. and he's scared. I would be scared too. But if we keep going this way, I think there's this, which is a staircase that leads all the way up to the 3rd floor, because that's the 2nd floor. And I thought I saved, but I guess I said no. I'm gonna go this way. Go to the 3rd floor, and then there, if you go left, right when you get up there, there's a little tiny cubby hole. You could squeeze through, but just watch out, because you're fighting stuff. All right, and I have no bullets. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. Oh, I'm scared, Sarah. How are you? Ah! Oh my God! No! Oh God, Jesus Christ! Oh, my face! My face! Okay, get it! Yes! Yes! Oh God! Oh jeez! All right, I am going to die. It's right here. It's like right there. See it? See it? I saw you. You think you're trying to scare me? Ooh! It did. Oh my God! It jumped! Oh my God! Oh, run away! No! Ow! Oh God! Jesus! Run away! No! Oh Jesus! Energized. That's good. That's good. Was there even anything in here worth getting besides my ass kicked? I don't think there was. Glad I got my health even further down to being dead. By the way, this is normal. If you're wondering what difficulty is Tyler playing on, this is normal. I could play normal. Oh, if I would have survived, you know, I could have eaten that. All right, drinking up some of my potion. So I'm back to not almost dying, but you know. Jeez. I hear another one, so normally good. Not alone here, children. Not alone here. Okay. Is that medicine? No, okay. Bullets. Bullets? 2 bullets. Takes like 3 to kill these things, by the way. 3 or 4. Keep in mind, that's me not missing. There's one right over there. See it. Hey, Hey, hun. Ah! Shit, I fucking missed. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, get off of me. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to die. I don't. Oh my. I don't want to die. Oh, Jesus, I want to die. It's so fast. Oh, jump, Tyler. Dodge it. Dodge it. Kill it. I'm gonna die. Please don't do that. Ammo? Health. Please, like health? There's health on the okay, there's a note. I know there is something here. I know. I can feel it. It all looks normal, but it's not. It's underneath, pulsing, trying to get out. Is it trying to get out, or should I get in? I have to uncover it, rip it to the surface. Girl, the entire game, if the screen isn't on red, why was that handgun ammo and not help? If the screen isn't on red, are you even playing the game? All right, I saw you in there. You're in there. I know you are. Yeah, doing the greatest job ever. Are you kidding me? I'm not scared. Where are you? We know you're around. Show yourself. There's a strategy here. It's called, is that it right there? Fuck you! Oh, you gotta be shitting me. There's two of you? Okay. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Run away. Wah. 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 Get me, get you. Get you. Oh, shit. Run. Shit. There was only a matter of fact before I died. Is that a salmon? Is that a trout? No, it's fishy. Shit. Alright. Next time we're saving on that staircase. I know. You know what it keeps in mind? Arars? How do I pronounce your name? Have you ever seen SpongeBob when he goes, ah, ah, ah? That's me. Right now. Alright, I'm saving on this. That's where my buddy is. D-E-D. Saving on the staircase over here because it's quicker. Oh my god, there's more. There's so many zombie guys and I have no ammo. I left all my ammo in the pool. Here we go, we're to save here. Empty. Yep. Let's go. Up here, up to the crack in the wall. Come on. Alright. Two people in here. Do we need to fight them? There is health down here. There's health right here. Hey, yeah. Right, ready? Oh my god, what the fuck? No! I'm gonna grab the health and I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Oh, he fucking hit me hard, man. Ah! Shit, I forgot how many there were. There's so many. I need to get out of here. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Fuck, my face. Shit, get in there. It's like two in here, too. Fuck you. Oh, damn, I was so close. I'm work chop. So. I could say Sizz? No. My workshop. You guys! He died again! Era. I guess I had to go slow and kill them all. There's like 6 of them. No ammo. No ammo. Total death in sight. Come here. Get your ass over here. Come here. You and me. Hey, Run, Tyler. Come back up. Two of them. No, he won't let you get me. Oh, God, he got me. I got you. This is nothing. Come here. Oh, that fucking hurt. Oh, you gotta kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to fucking die. Come here. You son of... Shit. Look at it die. Remember, there's one over here somewhere. Like right here. There he's right there. See him? Come on. Yeah, come on. Come on. I'm not scared of you. You pissed me off. You pissed me off. Fuck, I missed. Come get me. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come on. Come on. Yeah, you wish. I'm gonna get you. Back up, back up. Oh, shit, that hurt. Fucking hurt, man. Yeah. They do hit so hard. But you just gotta dodge them. But I'm not dodging them. I only got some handgun ammo. If we can make it past this part, I don't care how bloody I am. They are not easy to kill. They're at least 4 hits with the stick. Okay, there's 2 in here. Two in here. But there's a way to get out here, so it's like... You guys don't see it, but I am blocking the health. It literally says you're in danger. You're gonna die. Okay, just calmly walk this way.
Molly, you in danger, girl.
For real. There are 2 mannequins. Can I make it outside? Am I supposed to make it outside? I can make it outside to 312. Let's go.
He's the killer!
Dave's a fucking nut! Ah, get out my face, you fucking bitch! Yeah, over me! Woo, woo. Oh, Jesus! Oh, that fucking hurt! Oh my God. There's another one in there. Is there another one in here? Is the mannequin? The 3rd floor is full of mannequins. And it's scary. It's really scary. Why does it gotta be so scary? Okay. Open. Health. You guys, it's fucking health. Thank God. Oh, you guys, that was full health. We're good, we're poggers. Now, if I could just save right now. I feel like going all the way back to save. But there was 1 mannequin we didn't get killed. We didn't kill it. 1 mannequin. Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck me. Ow! You gotta be kidding me. Here! Get back here! I just healed. No? You missed? Did you miss me? Oh my God, yeah, you missed me. Oh no! I'm gonna hit you in the face. Yeah! So we're not full healed. But there's something on the wall. It says... I was wrong. No, I wasn't. But I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more, something more blood close. Okay. All right. Medicine! Yes! Maybe it thought... Okay, we know that the guys... We know there were 2 on this side. I didn't fight them both. They're still back here. Still in here. Not him. Yeah, I hurt your friend. You want to come in here too? I know you're in here. Ah! Oh, God, you son of a bitch! You son of a... I just healed. You did not just die. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Take it. Ah! Huh. Okay. All my medicine's gone, but I'm still full health. And everybody's dead. Those guys. They're all dead, right? Doesn't open. Oh my god. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Son of a bitch. 4 bullets, 6 bullets, yay. Okay. Bloody apple. Alright. Alright. Throwing this down the chute. What will that do? Oh. The coin. Okay. All right, so. I'm done. Fuck. Oh. Hey. All right. All right, we're done with that part and we're healed. I'm gonna save real quick. You never know. Whew. Okay. Go down to the courtyard and pick up that coin, wherever the hell that thing was. Hey, hey, wait a minute. Finally got a key that fucking opens it. Wait. Here it is. Cool. Got the woman's coin. Now what? Okay. Oh, we needed 3 coins, huh? Okay. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes B versus the maiden underneath the tree. So the maiden goes underneath the tree, and that's the woman. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. This is the snake and this is the man. This is the flower. So behind the flower is the woman? The wind from behind the maiden doth blow a beautiful flower as to be grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and fine, in the pale moonlight, his eyes do shine. Pale moonlight. So there's moonlight here. But also... Or does the wind blow here? The man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. The man approaches, but with his sword. Away the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower and from the tree. Sorry, wrong one. Where once grew a flower, a venomous glee, where once was a maiden, but a stone doth be. Okay, time to change this. Story changes. Dead. And over her grave the man doth remain, his blade never met this vile serpent's name. Vain. So the man here. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore, he who has failed, she who is no more. Now unto you falls a grievous chore, who carries blame for what fate had in store. Okay, hindrance. So now... the beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore, he who has failed, she who is no more. So... I had the man, the green snake. Oh. Ah! 201. Hey. Puzzles all around. Silent Hill 2. Go in there. Silent Hill 2. Time to go face room 201. Save the game. 201 is the end of this hall. There we go. Are you ready? It only took all frickin' day. Now we're in room 201. Look crazy. Did you hear something? A tiny room. Medicine, thank you. Game is hearing my cries for help. The red door. What's happening? What's happening? Is there somebody in there? No. is it? Well, what am I gonna shoot? His metal helmet? What are you doing? Why? Why? There's a note on the window, the door now? I thought I was gonna die. Where are we now? Where the fuck are we now? Trophy earned, otherworldly. Trophy, new milestones reached. Why did I shoot at him? Didn't waste any of my bullets. Like I'm in a new building. That slash looks menacing. Hi, the Funko beard. That's like. Did you just see the Pyramid Head Funko? You missed Pyramid Head. He was beautiful. Can we get a shout out for the Funko beard? Oh. You were in work. Did you see it though? Thank you for the shout out. I love all of our mods. Get off my screen, Funko Beard. This isn't your stream hour. Did you see him? Or is it so hot? Oh shit, bitch. This place give me the creeps. This place give me the heebie-jeebie. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Meow mix. I think I missed a claw. Welcome to Funko Stream. You wish. Ooh, I hope the mortuary assistance is scary, and it's got to be played at night. So next weekend on Saturday, we're doing a collaboration with people, right? The Funko Beard bathroom. We only have half an hour left of the stream. I'm finishing in 5 hours. No bathroom. No bathroom. This is called Blue Creek Apartment. All right. We're in a new apartment. All right. Don't you know that it's toxic? I just did that door and somebody did it back. I did not, no. Where did you send it to me? Oh, of course. Of course. We're always here to promote you, bestie. Of course, of course. What's down there? Stop. You stop right there. I'm not taking any bullshit. Spider-Man! Oh, fuck! Ow! Distracted me! You look uglier than the other ones, dude. It blew up. It blew up. Instagram? No, I haven't seen it yet. Hi, Quantum. Look, Quantum, we made it. We're progressing to the next part. Ooh, bitch. Shaking my head. You scared? Don't be scared. I hate you? No. I loathe you. When did you send it? Yesterday? I'm kidding. Hold on, hold on. I don't want to die. Ew, this place looks disgusting. Ammo? Okay, we're getting ammo. Ooh, bitch, she's on the other side. He doesn't know where we are. That's fine. Medicine. Alright, we're good. We're back to being good. Slowly but surely, this disgusting room of an apartment. Woo, bitch. Woo, bitch. I love you, the Funko Beard, right now in front of everyone. Or else. Girl, look at her shoes, though. They're cute. Fuck you, man. Why are you so fast? Why'd I do this? Why? Oh, Jesus! Come here. Yeah, go ahead. Jump on it. Jump on it. Hey, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Jesus Christ. Halloween costume idea? What? I gotta see if that thing ordered, actually. Funko, can you remind me after stream that I have to return that fucking 70s costume? By the way, we can just do our 70s costumes too on another day too. Like we could dress up several times. Hi, Sparky. Because we're collabing a lot, so why don't we? It's Halloween season. We can actually dress up several times. I think for the charity, you have an idea. Like 3 or 4. I'm not gonna lie, it's challenging. And this is on normal. If you think this is hard for me and you wanted to go easier, try easy. If you think this is just chump stream and I'm a bad gamer, I'm a pleb, go ahead and get harder if you want. Get harder for the chat. Right in front of everyone. Go ahead, pull your pants down, get hard. Do it. Do it right now, I bet you won't. Pull your pants down, stand up, get hard. God damn it. I probably can't say that. It's probably bad. TOS does not approve. Woohoo! Didn't go in here, did I? I did go in there. Broke that wall. True, it's true. Do you have anything else? I have that wet ass wig. You can wear a hat. Is there a 70s disco ball hat? Probably cost money. Maybe like 20 bucks, maybe. To get a cool ball cap that has like disco. And get a mustache. Like I'll wear the mustache. You can wear the mustache. We'll be twins in that aspect. But that's just for one stream because I think I'm getting the Spider-Man costume. Wait, did I just knock something off on the M on the door? There's an M on the door over here? Where? Why is there an M on the door? You have a rainbow hat. That's not the same. That's not exactly what I just asked for, is it? The Funko. Well, what was your idea for the thing? We have several costumes. I have onesies we could do, but I'd rather not wear the onesies. They're kind of hot, unless it's cold. But I'm gonna dress up as Spider-Man if I can. Give me this fucking shit, man. What's in here, bro? Nothing? Oh, we have a beard shirt and a fake stash. All right, we've got some health. I love when it gives me health. There's another save point over here. So I can't enter there. It's locked. There's a save point here. That's what the square means. I went that way. I almost died. Okay. Can't go in there. There's an M on the door. All right. Gonna save. The letter. Cigarettes and all. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west, to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Welcome back, Sarah. We don't have to match. You're right, it's Halloween. Halloweeny. I'm gonna put drag on my face and be bloody. Wait a minute. Is that poem about clock? I don't have anything. Scott. Interesting. Oops, no. Okay, that's fine. There's so many save points. Blue Creek apartment. Can I delete any? This is fun. I love this. Oh dear God. Oh dear God, why? Why? Hello, the Funko. Oh, Funko. We might run into Pyramid Head. Oh, did you already have your day with cereal? Was that last weekend? I know where you are! I don't care! You're not scaring me! You're pissing me off, it's what you do. I got you. I got your name right here. Huh? Huh? Get up and say something. Get up and say something. No fun. Nothing. Surreal? I thought you were doing the Three's a Company with Surreal. Oh my god, my chest. Really? This guy? James? Did that raffle. 5,000 raffle tickets. Ooh, a syringe. Okay, so we're getting health. That wall look like I can break it. He's handsome. He's handsome. He's a handsome guy, Sparky. He's a handsome guy, Sparky. All right, here we go. 205. Let me go over to 205. Ah. Ah! Where are you? I'll fight you. Come here. Come here. I know you're here.
I'd sure like to fist him.
I know you're here. Not afraid of you. You understand? I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm the main character, not you. I'm the main character, not you. Not you. Not you. Yeah, you go ahead and blow up. Nasty. Heard you. From a mile away, I heard you. Congrats, Funko. Bullets. Good. We need bullets. Going outside. All right. Going up the steps. Going up the steps, chat. Here we go. Oh my god, we're up here. Huh. But the point of coming out here was yeah, get that leaderboard going. Wrong leaderboard. That's for fish. That's for their flirt bait. Okay, here we go. Ooh, wrong button. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Huh. Should be at 303 now, huh? We're at 303. This is 303. Don't beg. I'm not begging. It sounds different.
Attention alien army, you have
You've been Leeshawed. You've been Leeshawed. I'm gonna round up a shout out for the legendary Lee. Welcome in Lee and Lee's community. My name is Tyler Games. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. Currently we're playing Silent Hill 2, the remake. I hope you like scary games. Welcome in everyone. Jack, Lee, Berserk. All you guys, how you doing? How's your day?
We just become best friends.
Thanks for the follow. Oh, yes. It's been very scary, Lee. You're gonna love it. This whole month of October, I planned like 5 to 6, maybe even add in a 7th scary game. We have a lot of scary games to play this month. This is our 2nd one. We've already beaten Alan Wake last week. Some of the DLCs. Nice. What games are you playing? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's making that noise? Lee, will you be screaming like I have already? Who's making that noise? Who's making the noise? Oh, fuck my fuck. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I'm not gonna let you. Oh, God, get out of there. Oh, yeah, as you can see, I'm basically dying. Nice. The walk. Ooh. Mouth washing. Oh, Silent Hills tomorrow. Alien Isolation. So Lee, for Lee's community, everyone, my name's Tyler. I'm part of Stream for a Cause team. I'm also part of Team Journey, a queer content creating team. Stream for a Cause is doing charity streams all this month. You could participate by watching anybody from Stream for a Cause or anybody who volunteers for Stream for a Cause and help donate money to smaller charities. I am doing my charity on October 27th. Try to remember the day. It's a Sunday. We're gonna do costume party. We're gonna play scary games. We're playing Resident Evil 5 with the Bessie the Funko Beard. And then, yes, Alien Isolation might be a milestone reward. So let's say we get to 500 donation goals, then we will be playing Alien Isolation sometime in November. I hear it's also a scary game. And yeah, I'm a variety streamer. I put the gay in Tyler Games, I suppose. That's what some people say, but allegedly. More medicine? Allegedly. That wasn't me. Okay, more medicine. And it's like I need. Okay, another. Just breaking all over here. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, D-stream? Yes, D-stream. Why are there so many? No, no, you don't. No, you don't. Gonna blow up. Holy shit. Whew, whew, whew. Let's push this out of the way. That's okay. Handgun ammo. Medicine. Good. All right. This is the wall that we broke down. Yeah. 205. All right. All right, we're very close. We're very close. Go. radio dial is a clock. How do we get that down? We need to get that down. We must get that down. What must we do, chat? Like it's chained. Okay. Huh. All right. Nice. Touch this. I need that as well. Please don't be like another... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Is there another hole somewhere? Hello? Shit. Oh, Jesus Christ! .306. Exactly what I've been looking for. This to me. Come on, turn it. Oh, I gotta hold it. Ah! Ah! Oh shit, there's more than one! There's more than one! Ah! Fuck me! Oh, I'm gonna fucking die! Oh shit! Fuck you, piece of shit! Get fuck off me! Oh, piece of shit! Like, fuck you! Oh shit, oh shit! Okay. Fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. Can I take this now? Oh, sure. Oh, oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I killed them. Oh, fuck. I killed them. I fucking killed them. Oh, dear God. I fucking killed them. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. There's no going back now, man. I'm going straight to jail, man. Straight to jail. I stealing straight to jail. Ah, yeah. Hey, I've been here before. Okay. Whatever I just did nothing. Or maybe it did something, but I gotta keep going. Fuck, keep going, man. There's so many bullets. I have 23, 32, 33. Alright, I'm gonna keep going. This way. Down this way. You gonna wake up? You gonna wake up? I wouldn't want to wake up if I were me either. No. No. Give me that handgun ammo. What choice is it? I just oh! Back up, back up, it's gonna blow up! Yeah, you next. Jesus Christ. Get that radio somehow. How the fuck am I supposed to get that thing? I just got a key to 306, so I should go to 306. Where's room 306? 7? 306. Okay, we're going to 306. Scared as fuck, but we're going to 306. That's not 306. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I see you. You think I don't see you? I see you. You fucking... Come here. That's bullshit. Fine. Come here. You wanna fucking die? I don't care. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Real 6. Get up. I found you! Come on. No, you don't. Fuck you! Oh god. Oof. Androids, thanks for the lurk. Oh, great. Fuck. Gross. I knew it! You can hide all you want. I know you're here. I know what you want. You want to see me scared? Well, I'm not scared of you. There you are. Huh? Oh, you little mother. Yeah, one more and you're gone. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Hey, can I take this now? Good. I'm gonna keep it. Mine. Hello. Ah, fuck. Hey. Not creepy at all. Can't go into this apartment. Don't let me. It's all blocked off. I need to save. To be honest with you, I'm gonna fucking save, and I don't know where this save point. I need to save because, well, Don't want to die at the same time. See him. I see him. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. There's more than one. Fuck. You gotta be kidding me. I've been here before, right? Tank. Jesus. Jesus Christ. They're all dead. They're all dead. Right there. Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck! Don't move. Stay back. I told you to stay back. Oh, I don't want to hurt you. Shit. What'd I do? What did I do? I know where I am. Mine. And now the door's open. Could there please be a save point somewhere, though? On the other side of the map, perhaps? Go back to the clock area. Unless I save. Jesus Christ, what was that? Okay. Wow, it's a perfect time to save.